Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The first tear fell at dawn, catching the light of the rising sun and shattering it into 1,000 splinters of color across the ancient stone. Tormund Shieldbreaker, veteran of 3 wars and bearer of 12 honor scars, stood transfixed at the foot of Crystal Mountain as the gleaming droplet rolled down the weathered rock face, leaving a trail of luminescence in its wake before pooling at his feet. In 40 years of patrolling the borderlands between the 7 clans of Khazad Morgrim and the elven spires of Silver Haven, he had never witnessed such a phenomenon. The mountain sacred to both dwarves and elves alike had begun to weep. The earth itself mourns, whispered Dorgan, his younger companion, voice thick with a superstition common among the younger dwarves. Tormund's weathered hand stroked his iron-gray beard, braided with rune-etched beads commemorating battles won and comrades lost. The council must be informed, he said, his voice like stone grinding against stone. These are no ordinary tears, as if in response, another crystalline droplet emerged from the rock face, catching the light and sending rainbow reflections dancing across the steep mountain path. This close to the border, such an event would not go unnoticed by the elves. The uneasy peace between their peoples had endured for 3 centuries longer than most elves lived, and twice a dwarf's lifetime, but it remained as fragile as spun glass. Within hours of Tormund's raven reaching the deep forge citadel, he received his orders: investigate the source of the crystal tears and determine if they posed a threat to the dwarven realms. What the orders didn't mention, but what Tormund understood implicitly, was the more important task: ensure the elves didn't claim this phenomenon as their own. 3 days later, Tormund ascended the treacherous eastern path of Crystal Mountain, his enchanted axe Grimdoom strapped securely to his back. The crystal tears had become a steady flow, creating rivulets of liquid light that cascaded down the mountainside, pooling in depressions where they solidified into gemstones of impossible purity. It was near one such pool that Tormund first encountered her, an elf maiden, with hair the color of moonlight on snow and eyes that held the deep green of ancient forests. She knelt beside the crystalline pool, her slender fingers hovering above its surface as if reading invisible runes in the light. "Step away from the tears, elf," Tormund commanded, his hand moving instinctively to Grimdoom's handle. "These belong to neither your kind nor mine until their origin is determined." The elf rose with the fluid grace characteristic of her kind, yet Tormund noticed something unusual. Her movements carried an unfamiliar weight, as if she bore an invisible burden. "I am Lariel of the Silver Leaf," she said, her voice melodic yet edged with steel, "seer of the eastern groves and emissary of Silver Haven. And you, dwarf, would do well to lower your hand from your weapon. I do not come as a claimant, but as a witness." Tormund's bushy eyebrows furrowed. "Witness to what?" "To the mountain's sorrow," she replied, gesturing toward the crystalline tears. "They come in rhythm like heartbeats, and since their first falling, I have been plagued by visions of ancient days and impossible creatures. Against his better judgment and years of ingrained caution around elves, Tormund felt curiosity stir within him. What visions? Lariel's emerald eyes clouded, becoming distant. a creature of crystal and light, vast as the mountain itself, entombed in darkness. It dreams of flight and its twin soul among distant stars. It dreams, and it weeps. Before Tormund could respond, the ground beneath them shuddered violently. Instinctively, he reached out to steady the elf as rocks tumbled from above, narrowly missing them both. When the tremor subsided, a new opening had appeared in the mountainside, a perfect arch carved from within. "It seems," Lariel said softly, "that the mountain wishes to show us something." The passage led them deep into Crystal Mountain, far deeper than any dwarf had mined or any elf had explored. The walls around them gradually transformed from common stone to a crystalline substance that emitted a soft blue luminescence, eliminating the need for Tormund's enchanted lantern. "These formations are unlike anything recorded in the grand archives of Deep Forge," Tormund muttered, his dwarven instincts assessing the material's composition. "Not crystal, not quite gemstone, almost as if the rock is alive." Lariel finished his thought, her fingertips brushing against the wall. "It pulses like a heartbeat." Their path descended through chambers of increasing beauty and strangeness, vast cathedrals of crystal formations, bridges spanning underground rivers of glowing blue liquid, columns of crystalline structures that seemed to reach toward some unseen sky. Throughout it all, the crystal tears flowed more abundantly, creating streams and pools of liquid light. In one expansive chamber, they discovered the first evidence of habitation dwellings carved into crystal walls, but of architectural style neither dwarf nor elf could claim. The proportions were wrong, doorways simultaneously too tall and too narrow, windows positioned oddly, stairways with steps of irregular heights. "Someone lives here," Tormund said, his hand returning to his axe handle. "Someone lived here," Lariel corrected. "These dwellings are ancient, perhaps older than the divide between our peoples." They pressed onward, and the tunnel gradually widened until it opened into a cavern so vast that even the light emanating from the crystal walls couldn't illuminate its ceiling or far walls. At its center lay a perfectly still lake of the glowing blue liquid, and at the lake's center, by the Forge Father's hammer, Tormund breathed. Rising from the lake was a colossal crystal formation, or so it appeared at first glance. But as their eyes adjusted, the formation resolved into a more definite shape. A dragon, its immense body partially embedded in the cavern floor and walls, its crystalline wings half unfurled, its long neck arched gracefully upward. Though seemingly made of the same living crystal as the surrounding cavern, its form was unmistakable. And it was breathing slowly, almost imperceptibly, but definitely breathing. "The crystal dragon," Lariel whispered, her voice filled with awe. "The ancient guardian of whom our oldest songs speak." I thought it merely legend before Tormund could respond. Movement from the far side of the cavern caught his attention. Figures emerged from tunnels and crevices, humanoid but strange, with skin that shared the same crystalline quality as the cavern walls, eyes that glowed with inner light, and bodies that seemed both frail and ancient. One stepped forward taller than the others, with features that somehow combined the noble bearing of elves with the sturdy resilience of dwarves. Visitors from the surface, the figure spoke, its voice resonating like crystal chimes. "The first in 7 generations. You have come because Crystallax weeps. What are you?" Tormund demanded, though he kept his voice respectful in the face of this strange gathering. "We are the Glimmer Soul," the leader replied. "Once we were as you, some dwarf, some elf ancestors who sought refuge here during the Great Sundering. The crystal changed us, as it changes all who remain in its presence. We became caretakers of Crystallax, the dragon," Lariel said, her gaze drawn back to the immense crystalline creature. "One of 2, the Glimmer Soul leader nodded. Twin guardians created at the world's dawning. Crystallax and Luminar, light and reflection, never meant to be parted. Yet when the ancient wars came, the dragons chose sides not out of malice, but necessity. Luminar flew to protect the distant northern realms, while Crystalax remained to guard the heartlands, the leader's luminous eyes filled with something like tears. But now Luminar fades. After eons of separation, the bond between the twins weakens. Crystalax feels its siblings' pain across the void between them, and weeps tears of crystal sorrow, tears that reach the surface world for the first time since our ancestors sought shelter here. Another tremor shook the cavern, stronger than before. Cracks appeared along the walls, and the crystal dragon's breathing quickened. The mountain cannot contain its grief much longer, the Glimmer Soul leader warned. When Luminar passes, Crystalax will fully awaken, not in peace, but in anguish. The tears are but a prelude to the storm of crystal that will follow. Tormund and Lariel exchanged glances, understanding dawning simultaneously. The crystal tears weren't just a curiosity or resource to be claimed, they were harbingers of catastrophe. Our peoples must be warned, Tormund said grimly. If this dragon awakens in sorrow, neither dwarf nor elf will survive its mourning, Lariel finished. The Glimmer Soul leader raised a crystalline hand. There is perhaps another way. The tears that reach the surface carry something precious, fragments of the bond between the twin dragons. If enough could be gathered and returned to Luminar, we could prevent Crystalax from fully awakening, Lariel said, her seer's insight connecting the pieces. A journey to the northern wastes, Tormund mused, beyond the known maps, bearing crystal tears to a dying dragon, impossible, the Glimmer Soul leader said with the ghost of a smile. Except for one of dwarf kind's endurance paired with one of elf kind's perception, Tormund looked at Lariel, centuries of inherited distrust warring with the undeniable truth before them. Finally, he extended his hand. It seems, Lariel of the Silver Leaf, that the mountain has chosen its messengers. The elf's slender fingers clasped his calloused hand. So it has, Tormund Shieldbreaker. Above them, the crystal dragon's breathing steadied momentarily, as if in approval of their accord. From the chamber's many entrances, the Glimmer Soul gathered around them, bearing vessels of living crystal to collect the tears they would need for their impossible journey. As they prepared to return to the surface with their precious cargo and even more precious knowledge, Tormund gazed once more at the slumbering form of Crystalax. The dragons had chosen sides in an ancient war, just as elves and dwarves had done countless times since. Perhaps this journey would heal more than one ancient rift. The mountain had wept, and in its tears, enemies had found common cause. Whether that would be enough to save both their peoples remained to be seen. Story 2. The Grand Library of Arcadia rose like a mountain of knowledge against the twilight sky, its 7 alabaster towers piercing the heavens like the fingers of a benevolent god. Each spire glowed with ethereal blue light, a beacon to scholars across the realm of Teller. Within those hallowed halls, beneath vaulted ceilings adorned with constellations that shifted to mirror the night sky, Elysia Moonwhisper's slender fingers trembled as they traced the ancient runes etched into a manuscript that, by all rights, should not exist. The parchment felt alive beneath her touch, warm and pulsing with a subtle energy that made the fine hairs on her arms stand on end. 27 years as a scholar of the Third Circle had not prepared her for this discovery hidden in the depths of the forgotten archives, behind a false wall that had opened only when she had accidentally pressed a sequence of carved symbols while reaching for another tome. Originum Communis, she whispered, translating the title emblazoned across the age-darkened cover. The common origin around her, the whispers of 1,000 scholars at work filled the cavernous main hall of the library. Elves mostly, with their characteristic grace and pointed ears, though a scattering of permitted outsiders moved among them. None, however, ventured near the cordoned alcove where Elysia worked. As one of the library's senior archivists, she enjoyed privileges few others could claim. Her violet eyes, a rarity even among high elves, widened as she carefully turned another page. The manuscript spoke of impossible things, a time before the Great Divide, when elves and dwarves were not separate races, but one unified people. Preposterous. Heretical even. Every child in Teller knew the creation myths, how the divine siblings Lumen and Terranus had crafted elves from starlight and dwarves from the heart of the mountains. Yet here was evidence suggesting otherwise, detailed in diagrams, historical accounts, and magical formulae that described a cataclysm and subsequent transformation. A shadow fell across the manuscript. Elysia looked up, startled, to meet the stern gaze of Archmagister Valorian, his ancient face framed by silver hair that cascaded over ornate robes embroidered with celestial symbols, denoting his status as the library's ultimate authority. "Senior Archivist Moonwhisper," he said, his voice like dry leaves rustling in autumn wind. "What have you discovered in your explorations?" Something in his tone, a tightness, a carefully masked concern, made Elysia hesitate. Her instincts, honed by decades of scholarly intrigue, warned her of danger. A curiosity, Archmagister. A linguistic study of Eastern provincial dialects, the lie flowed smoothly as she casually shifted her arm to cover the manuscript's title. Valorian's eyes, too sharp for his apparent age, flickered to her concealing arm and back to her face. A smile that never reached those eyes curved his thin lips. "Then I shall leave you to your linguistics. Do remember that the forbidden archives are sealed for tonight's celestial alignment ceremony." As he glided away, Elysia released a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. Something was wrong. The forbidden archives had been mentioned specifically, though she had said nothing of her discovery's location. And there was no celestial alignment ceremony scheduled, she would have known, as such events required extensive preparation of the astronomical texts under her care. A warning then, and a threat. With practiced movements that betrayed none of her inner turmoil, Elysia slipped the manuscript into the hidden pocket of her scholar's robe and began gathering her reference materials. Whatever secrets this text contained, she would not uncover them here, not under the suddenly watchful eyes of the Archmagister. The first attack came as Elysia crossed the western courtyard, beneath the shadow of the astronomy tower. The creature emerged from the pages of the very book she had been pretending to study, a swirling mass of animated ink that coalesced into a vaguely humanoid shape with too many limbs and eyes that glowed with malevolent purpose. Ink wraiths. Legends spoke of such guardians, bound to ancient texts to prevent their theft or unauthorized reading. But in all her years at Arcadia, Elysia had never seen one manifested. The creature lunged with surprising speed. Elysia's defensive spell, a hastily conjured shield of arcane energy, barely materialized in time. The impact sent her stumbling backward, her concentration nearly breaking as the manuscript pressed against her side like a burning coal. Drawing on her training, Elysia channeled energy through the moonstone pendant at her throat, focusing it through the crystalline lens embedded in her scholar's staff. A beam of searing light erupted from its tip, catching the ink wraith in mid-lunge. The creature gave a soundless scream as its form destabilized, dissolving into a shower of black droplets that hissed and evaporated upon touching the courtyard's stone floor. But where one had fallen, 3 more rose from the scattered remains of Elysia's reference books, their inky forms more substantial, more purposeful. Clutching the manuscript to her chest, Elysia fled. The journey to the unbreakable depths would have been arduous under ideal circumstances. Fleeing through the night with minimal provisions and the constant threat of pursuit made it nearly impossible. Yet 3 days after her escape from Arcadia, Elysia found herself at the entrance to the legendary dwarven archaeological site, having evaded capture through a combination of woodland knowledge, arcane skill, and desperate determination. The entrance was unremarkable, a simple stone doorway set into the base of a cliff, adorned only with geometric patterns characteristic of dwarven craftsmanship. No guards stood watch, but Elysia knew better than to assume the passage was unprotected. Dwarven security relied not on visible deterrents, but on ingenious mechanical traps and magical wards that would activate only when triggered. Drawing a deep breath, Elysia approached and knocked in the pattern described in ancient texts: 3 quick taps, 2 slow, 3 quick again. The message drummed on the stone door: "Scholar seeks knowledge." For long moments, nothing happened. Then, with a grinding of hidden gears, the stone door receded into the cliff face, revealing a dimly lit tunnel beyond, and a stout figure wielding an elaborate contraption that pointed directly at Elysia's heart. "Give me one reason why I shouldn't ventilate your elven hide," growled the dwarf, his auburn beard elaborately braided and adorned with metal clasps that clinked softly as he spoke. The device in his hands part crossbow, part something indefinable hummed with dangerous energy. "Master Thrain Ironquill," Elysia asked, keeping her hands visible and her voice level despite her exhaustion. "I am Elysia Moonwhisper of Arcadia. I bring knowledge that matches your discoveries and questions that need answers." The dwarf's bushy eyebrows rose slightly, but the weapon didn't waver. "Any fool can learn names from rumors. What discovery would bring an Arcadian scholar to my doorstep?" Slowly, telegraphing her movements, Elysia withdrew the manuscript from her robe. "Originum communis," she said, opening it to reveal the diagrams that had first caught her attention, illustrations showing beings that were neither dwarf nor elf, but something that incorporated elements of both. The weapon lowered a fraction. Thrain's dark eyes widened, then narrowed with suspicion. "Where did you get that?" "From a hidden chamber in Arcadia's forbidden archives." "It has something protecting it." As if summoned by her words, a spot of darkness appeared on the manuscript's open page, expanding and writhing as it tried to take form. Elysia slammed the book shut, trapping the manifesting entity. Inside. Quickly, Thrain stepped aside, the weapon now aimed past her, scanning the darkening landscape. As soon as Elysia crossed the threshold, he pressed a sequence of runes on the inner wall. The door ground shut behind them with a decisive thud of finality. Thrain's workshop was a marvel that would have left Elysia breathless had circumstances been less dire. Unlike the austere elegance of Arcadian architecture, every surface of the cavernous space hummed with invention and discovery. Glass tubes carried liquids of impossible colors between bubbling retorts. Mechanical devices whose purposes Elysia couldn't begin to guess clicked and whirred on workbenches. The walls were covered with maps, diagrams, and rubbings taken from ancient sites. And everywhere, artifacts unlike any she had seen before, neither dwarven nor elven in design, but something both more primitive and more advanced. "The Primordia," Thrain said, following her gaze to a display case containing what appeared to be a circlet of unknown metal. "That's what I call them, the ones who came before. The manuscript calls them the Ancients," Elysia offered, carefully placing the book on a cleared space on his workbench. "It suggests that elves and dwarves aren't separate races at all, but artificially derived from a common ancestor." Thrain's laugh was without humor. "Suggests? Your precious book merely confirms what I've known for decades, what I've been ridiculed for proposing." He gestured expansively at the artifacts surrounding them. "Every piece here tells the same story. We were one people, transformed by magic and separated by cataclysm. But why? Elysia pressed. Why would anyone deliberately split a race in two? Survival. Thrain activated a device on his desk that projected an image onto the workshop's far wall, a map, and like any Elysia had seen, showing Teller A as a vastly different land. The world was dying, resources dwindling. The ancients, the Primordia, were failing as a species. Their solution was adaptation through magical modification. Some were changed to thrive in the forests and high places, drawing sustenance from sunlight and air. Elves, Elysia whispered, while others were adapted to survive in mountains and depths, sustaining themselves on stone and mineral. Dwarves, Thrain nodded grimly. A desperate measure to ensure at least some would survive the coming devastation. But something went wrong. The cataclysm was worse than anticipated. Knowledge was lost. And over generations, the two branches forgot their common root and began to see each other as alien, different. Enemy. Elysia's mind raced as pieces fell into place, the ancient prejudices, the physiological differences that had always seemed too deliberate to design. The manuscript mentions a place, the primordial city, a final refuge where unchanged ancients might still exist. Xanthoria. Thrain's voice dropped to a reverent whisper. The city between worlds. I found references, fragments of maps, but never enough to locate it, his keen eyes fixed on the manuscript. Until now, perhaps before Elysia could respond, a tremor shook the workshop, causing implements to rattle on shelves and dust to sift down from the carved ceiling. Thrain cursed in Dwarven, moving to a periscope-like device that apparently allowed him to see outside. Malachite's forge. He swore. The archivists have found us, and they have brought the elven sun guard with them. How? Elysia demanded. I was careful. The manuscript, Thrain said grimly. It's not just protected, it's marked. They've been tracking it all along. A more violent tremor shook the cavern, and the distant sound of chanting reached them. Elven magic, powerful and aggressive. They're breaking through my wards, Thrain muttered, rushing to a wall and pressing a complex sequence on a hidden panel. A section of the floor slid away, revealing a descending staircase illuminated by glowing crystals. The escape tunnel leads to the lower caverns. If we can reach the underground river, we might lose them in the labyrinth beyond, and then? Elysia asked, clutching the manuscript as another tremor shook dust from the ceiling. Thrain's eyes gleamed with the light of ancient mysteries and new hope. Then we find Xanthoria before the archivists can erase the truth entirely. The map in that manuscript is the key I've been searching for as they descended into the darkness, the walls shaking around them and the sounds of pursuit growing louder above. Elysia realized the manuscript had brought her more than forbidden knowledge. It had brought her a quest that might rewrite the history of her world. And perhaps, if the primordial city truly existed, a chance to heal the ancient rift that had divided one people into two warring races for untold generations. But first, they had to survive the archivists and the mysterious entity known as the Archivist, who even now was reaching through the pages of the manuscript with tendrils of living ink, hungry to reclaim the truth and those who would reveal it. Story 3. The great forge of Stoneheim had burned unceasingly for 7,000 years. Its sacred flame, azure and gold, danced eternally beneath the vaulted ceiling of the ancient forge temple, casting long shadows across the faces of dwarven kings and queens immortalized in statues of polished granite that lined the chamber's perimeter. The flame neither flickered nor faltered, requiring no fuel, consuming no air, yet providing the perfect heat for crafting legendary weapons and artifacts that had secured the prosperity and defense of the 7 dwarven kingdoms since time immemorial, until the night it died. Doran Ironfoot felt the change before he saw it, a sudden chill that crept across the forge temple floor and climbed his legs like spectral fingers. The young smith looked up from the ceremonial hammer he was crafting, his hands freezing mid-motion as he watched the impossible unfold. The eternal flame, birthright of his people and heart of their civilization, was shrinking. Its brilliant blue-gold light receded inward, the shadows around the chamber growing longer, darker, hungrier. The heat that had warmed Doran's face since his first day as apprentice smith dissipated like morning mist. Master Grundig. Doran's voice echoed too loudly in the suddenly quiet chamber. The ancient forge master emerged from his adjoining workshop, silver-streaked beard bristling with annoyance at the interruption. "What is it, lad?" "I'm in the middle of tempering the prince's." Grundig's words died as his eyes found the faltering flame. The weathered planes of his face seemed to age decades in moments, deep lines etching themselves around his eyes and mouth as he whispered, "Prophecy. By Morgrim's hammer, it has come to pass." A sound like a final breath escaped the flame as it contracted to a pinpoint of light, hovered for a heartbeat, then vanished entirely. Darkness swallowed the great forge of Stoneheim for the first time in 7 millennia. 3 days later, Doran stood before the High Council of Stoneheim, 7 ancient dwarves seated upon thrones carved from the mountain itself. Their chamber, once illuminated by channels that carried light from the eternal flame throughout the mountain kingdom, was now lit by mundane torches that cast fitful, inadequate light and filled the air with smoke unworthy of dwarven lungs. "The signs are unmistakable," intoned Thora Goldbraid, eldest of the counselors, her voice carrying the weight of mountains despite her diminutive stature. "The flame's death heralds the time of darkness foretold in the scrolls of Kazed. We must send a flame bearer to the forbidden lands." A murmur rippled through the assembled dwarves. The forbidden lands Solaris, realm of the Sun Elves, who had cut all ties with the other races centuries ago, following the great betrayal. Who among us would the elves not strike down on sight? Demanded Borgen Steelhammer, master of defense, his knuckles white upon the warhammer resting across his knees. "One who carries the mark," Thora answered, her ancient eyes finding Doran in the crowd. "One born under the phoenix star, with fire in his blood and forged sight in his eyes." Every head turned toward Doran, who felt his face flush hot as a crucible beneath their scrutiny. The birthmark on his right shoulder, a spiral pattern resembling a stylized flame, seemed to burn against his skin, though it had been hidden beneath his tunic since birth. "How did you?" he began, but Thora silenced him with a raised hand. "I have served as lore-keeper for 2 centuries, young Ironfoot. I know every prophecy, every sign." Her eyes softened momentarily. "And I knew your father before he disappeared on his diplomatic mission to Solaris." Doran's breath caught. His father, a skilled smith and respected diplomat, had vanished when Doran was barely old enough to lift a hammer. His mother had told him only that Balin Ironfoot had died serving the kingdom. Never that he had journeyed to the Forbidden Lands. "The council has reached its decision," Thora continued. "Doran Ironfoot will journey to Solaris to seek a new flame from the eternal crystal of the Sun Elves. He departs at dawn. The journey to the borderlands took 7 arduous days, each step carrying Doran further from the safe, familiar tunnels of his homeland into terrain no dwarf had traversed in living memory. The mountain paths grew narrower, wilder, the air thinner and sharp with unfamiliar scents of vegetation unknown beneath the stone. On the 8th day, he reached the ancient boundary stone's massive monoliths carved with warnings in the old language, their surfaces weathered, but their magic still potent. Beyond them lay Solaris, the forbidden kingdom of the Sun Elves. Doran hesitated at the threshold, adjusting the enchanted lantern that hung from his belt, a poor substitute for the eternal flame, but the best the forge priests had been able to provide. Within his pack rested the token he was to present to the elves, a crystal vessel crafted to contain a fragment of their sacred fire. Only a flame from the same source that first lit our forge can rekindle it, Thora had explained. The histories say both our eternal flame and their crystal were sparked from the same cosmic fire, brought to our world by the Phoenix god in the time before. Taking a deep breath, Doran stepped between the boundary stones. Magic tingled across his skin like static before a lightning strike, and for a moment, the birthmark on his shoulder flared with pain. Then he was through, standing on soil unclaimed by dwarf feet for centuries. The transformation of the landscape was immediate and disorienting. Where the approach to the boundary had been rocky and sparse, the realm beyond erupted in riotous color and light. Trees with silver bark and leaves that shimmered like polished copper rose in graceful arches overhead. Flowers bloomed in impossible hues, blues deeper than sapphires, purples that seemed to pulse with inner light. The air itself felt charged with energy that made Doran's beard hairs stand on end. He had taken perhaps 24 steps when the ambush came silent and swift as thought. One moment he was alone. The next, surrounded by tall figures in armor that seemed woven from sunlight and shadow. Their faces were obscured by helms fashioned to resemble bird heads, with only their eyes visible luminous and cold as distant stars. "Trespasser," hissed one in accented common tongue, the point of a crystalline spear hovering inches from Doran's throat. "State your purpose or die where you stand." Doran raised his hand slowly, keeping his voice steady despite the hammering of his heart. "I am Doran Ironfoot, emissary of Stoneheim. I seek audience with your rulers regarding a matter that concerns both our peoples." The guard's eyes narrowed in identical expressions of suspicion. "No dwarf has sought audience with the Radiant Court in 300 years, said their leader. "Not since the great betrayal. I come under the prophecy of the twin flames," Doran replied, using the phrase Thora had instructed him to employ. "And I bear the mark of the phoenix." A visible shock passed through the guards. Their leader barked orders in the liquid, musical language of the elves, and two broke away, disappearing into the forest with uncanny speed. "You will wait," the leader informed Doran, lowering his spear marginally. "If your claims prove false, your death will be neither quick nor merciful." The radiant palace of Solaris defied everything Doran had been taught about elven architecture. Where he had expected airy, insubstantial structures of wood and living plants, the palace was a fortress of crystal and light, massive prismatic towers that caught the sunlight and fractured it into rainbows that danced across courtyards paved with opalescent stone. "Our ancestors did not always dwell among the trees," remarked his guide, an elven diplomat named Lysander, who had been dispatched to escort him from the border. "Once we were creatures of the mountains too, though our histories suggest your people prefer to forget this." Doran had no response to this unexpected revelation. The dwarven histories made no mention of elves ever dwelling in mountains or underground. They passed through a series of increasingly elaborate chambers, each more radiant than the last, until they emerged into a vast circular hall. At its center stood a pillar of pure crystal, within which danced a flame identical in color to the one that had illuminated Stoneheim's forge temple, the same impossible blue gold that required no fuel and consumed no air. And beside it, seated upon a throne that appeared carved from a single massive diamond, waited the most beautiful and terrible being Doran had ever beheld. Princess Solara of the Radiant Court possessed the characteristic features of her race: the pointed ears, the ethereal grace, the ageless quality of skin, but magnified to such an extent that she seemed more divine than mortal. Her hair, cascading to her waist in intricate braids interwoven with strands of actual sunlight, framed a face of such perfect symmetry that Doran's artist's eye could detect no flaw. Yet it was her eyes that held him transfixed, cold, ancient, and filled with barely contained disdain. "A dwarf invokes the prophecy of the twin flames," she said, her voice like crystal chimes in a high wind. "How desperate your people must be to reach for legends and myths." Doran drew himself up to his full height, still barely reaching the elf's shoulder, and met her gaze steadily. "Our eternal flame has gone out, your radiance. According to our histories, only a spark from its twin your crystal can rekindle it," a murmur ran through the assembled elven courtiers. Solara's perfect features remained impassive, but something flickered in the depths of her eyes, a recognition, perhaps even a flicker of fear, quickly masked. "Show me the mark you claim to bear," she commanded. Reluctantly, Doran loosened the collar of his traveling clothes and pulled the fabric aside to reveal the spiral pattern on his right shoulder. At the same moment, a strange sensation rippled across his skin, a warmth that began at the mark and spread throughout his body, as if something long dormant had awakened. The eternal crystal pulsed in response, its flame brightening momentarily. Solara rose from her throne in a fluid motion, crossing the distance between them with inhuman grace to examine the mark more closely. "Impossible," she whispered, so quietly that only Doran could hear. Her fingers hovered above his skin, not quite touching, but he could feel the heat radiating from them. "The prophecy speaks of twins born to different races, but the same spirit." Before Doran could question this cryptic statement, a commotion erupted at the entrance to the hall. Royal guards rushed in, surrounding a figure in tattered robes who struggled against their restraint. "Your Radiance," called the captain of the guard. "We found this one attempting to breach the crystal chamber." The captive raised his head, and Doran felt the world tilt beneath his feet. Though the face was lined with age and suffering, though the beard was ragged and streaked with more silver than auburn, there was no mistaking those eyes, the same forge-sight eyes that stared back at Doran from every reflection. "Father," he whispered. But it was Solara who responded, her voice shaking with emotion that cracked her perfect composure. "Balin." After all these years, the look that passed between the elven princess and the bedraggled dwarf contained volumes of unspoken history. And in that moment, as the crystal's flame pulsed in time with the awakening heat in his birthmark, Doran began to understand the true nature of his quest and the secret that lay at the heart of the enmity between their peoples. The prophecy of the twin flames spoke not just of fire, but of blood and the child born of two worlds who would either heal the ancient rift or destroy both kingdoms in trying. Story 4. In the heart of the silver forest, where ancient trees reached toward the heavens with bark that gleamed like polished moonlight, the first leaf fell. It drifted downward in a lazy spiral, its edges already blackened with decay, an impossible sight in a woodland that had known perpetual spring since the Age of Awakening. No one was there to witness this first harbinger except a nightingale, who carried the news in song to the ears of a young elven woman gathering dewdrop essence at the forest's edge. Lyriel paused in her work, the crystal vial in her hand momentarily forgotten as she listened to the bird's urgent melody. Unlike other elves who might discern only beauty in such songs, Lyriel heard the words woven between the notes, a gift that had marked her as different since childhood. "Show me," she whispered, extending her finger as a perch. The nightingale alighted, its tiny heart drumming against her skin before taking flight again, leading her deeper into the silver forest than she had ever ventured. Through dappled glades they traveled, past crystal springs where unicorns once drank, beneath archways formed by intertwining branches that whispered ancient secrets in the language of leaves. The forest grew older here, wilder. The silver bark of the trees etched with runes that glowed with soft luminescence in the perpetual twilight beneath the canopy. At last, they reached a clearing dominated by a colossal tree whose trunk would have required 20 elves linking hands to encircle. The Heartwood, oldest living thing in the realm of Elverin, said to have been planted by the goddess Silvereel herself when the world was young. At its base lay a carpet of fallen leaves, silver turned to black, their decay and impossibility that sent ice through Lyriel's veins. "No," she breathed, rushing forward and pressing her palm against the massive trunk. The connection came instantly, a flood of images and sensations pouring into her mind, roots extending for leagues beneath the forest floor, now encountering something dark and corrosive. Sap flowing upward through ancient channels, growing sluggish as something poisoned it from within. The silent screams of a living entity facing its first brush with mortality. The Heartwood was dying, and with it, the entire silver forest would follow. "The court does not recognize Lyriel Moonshadow," announced Lord Thelen, his voice carrying across the tree palace of Silverhold with the practiced projection of a politician. "She holds no title, no formal training with the Druid Circle. Her claims are the ravings of a forest witch. From her position on the petitioner's days, Lyriel fought to maintain composure. Above her, arranged in descending tiers of living branches that formed natural seats, the elven court of Silverhold watched with expressions ranging from boredom to outright disdain. Only Queen Elindra, seated on the highest bough, showed any hint of concern in her ageless face. "Mother, please," Lyriel said, addressing the queen directly, though protocol forbade it. "The Heartwood dies even as we speak. I have seen it with my own eyes, felt its pain with my own hands." A ripple of whispers cascaded through the court at this breach of etiquette, but the queen raised a delicate hand for silence. "You claim powers of communion with the forest, child," Elindra said, her voice gentle, yet carrying an undercurrent of steel. "Powers that, if genuine, have not been seen since the time of the Guardians. Yet you have never presented these abilities to the Druid Circle for proper training, because the Circle would have bound my gifts in tradition and ritual," Lyriel replied, unable to keep the edge from her voice. "The forest speaks to me directly, without need for their ceremonies or restrictions," Lord Thelen sneered visibly. "Convenient that your supposed powers require no verification." He turned to the assembled court. "Let us not forget that this petitioner is half-blood at best. Her father was no nobleman of Silverhold, but a wanderer from the eastern wilds." The queen's expression hardened. "You forget yourself, Lord Thelen. Lyriel's parentage is not at issue. With respect, your majesty, it is precisely the issue," Thelen pressed. "The Silver Forest has protected our realm since the first dawn. If there truly is a sickness, which I doubt, then it requires the attention of proper bloodlines, not some hedge witch with questionable heritage." Lyriel's hands clenched at her sides, tiny spirals of green energy unconsciously forming around her fingers, a manifestation of power that did not go unnoticed by the court. Gasps and murmurs filled the chamber. "Wild magic," someone hissed. "Uncontrolled. Dangerous." Queen Elindra rose from her throne, her expression torn between concern and command. "Lyriel, you will submit to the Druid Circle for evaluation. If your claims have merit, there is no time." Lyriel cried, desperation breaking through her reserve. "By the time your druids complete their rituals and deliberations, the corruption will have spread beyond containing. I must go to the heart of the forest now." The queen's face hardened. "Guards," she said softly, "escort my daughter to the Chamber of Reflection until the Druid Circle can attend her." As armored elves moved to surround her, Lyriel looked up at the mother who had protected her from court politics for 20 summers. but who now chose tradition over trust. With a whispered word to the air, Lyriel called upon her connection to the living world around her. The branches forming the floor of the tree palace erupted in sudden growth, twisting upward to form a protective cage around her. In the momentary chaos, she slipped away through a passage known only to her one that led deep into the roots of Silverhold and out into the forest beyond. Behind her, she heard her mother's voice calling her name, not in anger, but in fear. 3 days of relentless pursuit had left Lyriel exhausted and desperate. The Queen's huntsmen were legendary trackers, and though the forest itself seemed to aid her, branches bending to offer hidden paths, undergrowth parting to provide passage before closing behind her, she could not outpace them forever. When she stumbled across the entrance to the ancient dwarven mining complex of Stonedeep, half hidden by centuries of forest growth, Lyriel made a decision that would have scandalized the elven court. She sought refuge with the Children of Stone. The Dwarves of Stonedeep received her with suspicious caution, their bearded faces grim beneath helmets inlaid with runes of protection. Chief among them was Grimlock, master smith and effective leader of the mining colony, whose piercing gaze seemed to dissect her as thoroughly as his forge hammers might separate ore from dross. An elf, and not just any elf, but one with the royal features, seeks sanctuary in dwarven halls, he rumbled, his voice deep as distant thunder. The world has truly turned upside down. I seek not only sanctuary, Master Grimlock, Lyriel replied, meeting his gaze steadily despite her exhaustion. I seek allies. The Silver Forest dies from some corruption deep in its roots, a corruption I suspect may be affecting your minds as well. Grimlock's bushy eyebrows drew together. What would an elf know of our troubles? Nothing with certainty, she admitted. But I know that your people have not brought new crystal to market in 6 full moons. I know that caravans that once left Stonedeep laden with enchanted gems now depart half empty. And I suspect that your mystic crystals are losing their luster and power just as our forest loses its vitality. The assembled dwarves exchanged uneasy glances. How would you know such things? Grimlock demanded. Because I listen, Lyriel said simply. To the birds who watch your caravans, to the stones that feel your mining slow, to the very air that carries whispers of your concern. Our realms are not as separate as both our peoples pretend. After a long moment, Grimlock nodded to his guards. Bring her below, he commanded. Show her what we found 3 days past, when the deepest crystal vein turned black. The lowest level of Stonedeep plunged far beneath the roots of even the most ancient trees. Here, by the light of dwarven lanterns that burned with supernatural brightness, Lyriel beheld a chamber of natural crystal formations, or what had once been crystal. Now, the once radiant gems were blackened, as though scorched from within, their facets dull and lifeless. It spreads, Grimlock said grimly. Each day, more crystals turn dark. Our mystics can't explain it. Our miners can't outpace it. Lyriel approached one of the corrupted formations, her hand outstretched. A dwarf moved to stop her, but Grimlock held him back with a gesture. The moment her fingers contacted the blackened crystal, Lyriel gasped. The same vision that had come from the Heartwood filled her mind, but now from below rather than above. Roots extending through soil, crystals growing in darkness, all connected in a vast network that sustained both forest and mountain. And through this network spread the corruption, like poison in a bloodstream. They're connected, she whispered, eyes wide with revelation. The crystals feed the roots with earth energy. The roots feed the crystals with life energy. A symbiosis our peoples have forgotten or deliberately obscured from memory. Grimlock's face betrayed nothing, but his eyes narrowed. If what you say is true, then whatever threatens your forest threatens our livelihood as well. Not just livelihood, Lyriel corrected. Life itself. Without the crystal energy, the silver forest will die. Without the forest's vitality, your crystals will become inert stone. And at the center of it all, her voice trailed off as another vision overtook her, stronger, clearer, more terrible. A figure suspended between planes of existence, neither truly in the world nor fully outside it. A being of immense power, once an elven king of such ambition that he had sought to harness the combined energies of forest and crystal to achieve godhood. The Phi King, she breathed, ancient legends suddenly taking on immediate significance. He's not myth. He's real, imprisoned between worlds after the War of Sundering. And he's found a way to drain the life force from our realms to break his prison. Grimlock's expression darkened. Elven fairy tales have no place in dwarven halls, girl. Then how do you explain this? Lyriel challenged, gesturing to the blackened crystals. What dwarven explanation satisfies? The master smith had no answer. I must reach the convergence point, Lyriel continued, certainty growing within her. The place where the deepest roots meet the purest crystal. There, I can perhaps see how to stop this corruption, and why should we trust you with such knowledge, even if it exists? Grimlock demanded. How do we know you won't use this convergence point to enhance elven power at our expense? Lyriel laughed bitterly. I am being hunted by my own people, Master Dwarf. The elven court considers me a wild mage, uncontrolled and dangerous. She met his eyes directly. As for why you should trust me, the corruption spreads from the deepest point in both our realms. I am the only one who can sense its source, perhaps the only one who can stop it. And I suspect I know why. With that, she closed her eyes and called upon her connection to the living energy around her. Green light spiraled around her body, lifting her hair as though in a phantom wind. When she opened her eyes again, they glowed with the same verdant power. Because I am not merely the queen's disgraced daughter, she said, her voice layered with harmonics that echoed through the crystal chamber. I am the last guardian of the Silver Forest, and the Phi King is my father. In the stunned silence that followed, a distant rumble shook loose stone from the ceiling. The corruption was spreading faster, the barrier between worlds growing thinner. Lyriel extended her hand to Grimlock. Will you help me save both our realms, Master Dwarf? Or shall we cling to ancient prejudices while everything we love turns to dust? After a long moment, Grimlock's weathered hand clasped hers, his skin rough against her smoothness, different textures with the same purpose. The convergence chamber lies 3 levels below, he said gruffly. And may the gods of stone and forest help us all if you're wrong. As they descended into depths no elf had tread for millennia, Lyriel felt the weight of destiny settling upon her shoulders. The prophecy that had been whispered over her cradle, a prophecy her mother had tried to deny, was coming to fruition. She was indeed her father's daughter, carrying his immense power in her veins. But unlike him, she would use that power not to separate and rule, but to heal and unite, even if doing so would cost her very existence. Story 5. The winds howled through the jagged peaks of the shattered mountains, carrying with them the whispers of ghosts and the memory of a kingdom that once echoed with the songs of 10,000 hammers. Where the magnificent halls of Cosmoden had stood for 7 centuries, a wonder of engineering and artistry carved into the living rock, now only broken stone and silence remained. The great cataclysm had torn the mountain asunder 50 years prior, leaving behind a graveyard of splintered granite and shattered dreams. Through this desolation trudged a solitary figure, his broad shoulders and sturdy frame unmistakably dwarven despite the weathered traveling cloak that concealed most of his features. The bitter mountain air tugged at his auburn beard, now streaked with silver that hadn't been present when he had fled these peaks. as a beardless youth. Each deliberate step carried the weight of memory and the burden of a promise made to a dying king. Thorum Iron-Beard had returned to reclaim his birthright. "Look upon it, lad," he murmured to himself, echoing the words his father had spoken when first showing him the kingdom from the high observatory. Every arch, every pillar, every rune carved by our ancestors. Your blood runs through these stones, but the panorama that greeted him now bore little resemblance to those memories. The magnificent gates of Cosmodin, once inlaid with mithril and enchanted to recognize the bloodline of every clan, lay shattered, half buried in rubble. Beyond them, where the grand causeway should have led to the first hall, a gaping chasm now yawned, plunging into unfathomable darkness. Thorum paused at the edge, withdrawing from his pack an artifact that had been his constant companion in exile, the heart of the mountain. No larger than his palm, the crystalline object pulsed with an inner blue light that seemed to intensify as he held it toward the ruined gates. Legend claimed the heart contained the spirit of the mountain itself, a gift from the earth to the first dwarf king who had discovered this place. "I return as promised, father," Thorum whispered, his voice almost lost in the keening wind. To reclaim what was lost and rebuild what was broken, as if in response to his words, the heart flared brilliantly, sending a shaft of azure light into the chasm. For an instant, Thorum glimpsed something moving in the darkness below, something that should not have been there. Then the light faded, and he was left with only the howling wind and growing certainty that the cataclysm that had destroyed his home had not been a natural disaster, as most believed. Something dwelled in the depths of his ancestral home, something that had been awakened, or perhaps unleashed. For 3 days, Thorum explored the outskirts of the ruined kingdom, establishing a base camp in what had once been a watchtower on the eastern approach. The structure had partially collapsed, but one chamber remained intact, offering shelter from the biting wind and a vantage point from which to observe the main gates. Each night, he noted eerie blue flames dancing briefly among the ruins before disappearing with the dawn. On the 4th morning, as he prepared to venture deeper into the mountain, a movement on the western path caught his attention. A slender figure picked its way carefully across the treacherous scree, moving with a grace that immediately identified it as non-dwarven. Thorum instinctively reached for his warhammer, Stonecrusher, its rune-etched head gleaming dully in the pale sunlight. The figure paused, seeming to sense observation, and lowered its hood. Cascading silver-white hair framed a face of ethereal beauty, with high cheekbones and eyes the color of summer leaves. An elf, and not just any elf, but one bearing the distinctive features of the forest clan that dwelled in the valleys beyond the western ridges. The same clan that dwarven history blamed for the cataclysm. Thorum's grip tightened on Stonecrusher as he stepped from the shelter of the watchtower, deliberately positioning himself between the elf and the path to the gates. "You tread on the graves of my kin, elf," he called, his voice echoing against the broken stone. "State your purpose or turn back." The elf showed no sign of fear, though she must have recognized the threat in his stance. Instead, she inclined her head in a gesture that managed to convey both respect and equality, a nuance that might have irritated Thorum had he not spent decades among the diplomatic circles of the Eastern Kingdoms. "I am Elindra Starweaver, daughter of Elerin, keeper of memories for the Silverleaf clan," she replied, her voice carrying clearly despite its softness. "I seek not to trespass, but to prevent a greater tragedy than the one that has already befallen this place. The greatest tragedy has already come and gone," Thorum said coldly. "When the earth shook and the mountain split, taking the lives of 2,000 dwarves, including my father, King Doran Ironbeard, a shadow passed across Elindra's fair features. That tragedy was but the prelude, Prince Thorum. The true catastrophe approaches with each passing day. Surprise momentarily loosened Thorm's grip on his weapon. "You know who I am? Your return has been foretold," she replied. As has the awakening of that which slumbers beneath the shattered peak, her gaze drifted to the pouch at his belt, where the heart of the mountain rested. "You carry the key that can either seal our doom or prevent it." Before Thorum could respond, a sound emerged from the depths of the ruins, a reverberating hum that seemed to vibrate through the very stone beneath their feet. Blue light flickered from within the chasm beyond the gates, growing in intensity until it rivaled the noonday sun. With the light came a rush of frigid air that carried the scent of something ancient and otherworldly. The heart of the mountain pulsed in response, its rhythm matching the strange energies emanating from the depths. "It begins," Elindra whispered, genuine fear finally breaking through her composed exterior. "The awakening of Morgrim." "Morgrim?" Thorum's brow furrowed. "My father's royal advisor. He perished in the cataclysm along with the others." Elindra's eyes never left the pulsing blue light that now began to coalesce into distinct flames hovering above the chasm. "Is that what your histories record? Then they have been altered. Morgrim did not die, he transformed. And it was not my people who caused the cataclysm, but his thirst for power that could not be contained by mortal flesh. The truth, as Thorum would learn over the coming hours, was far more terrible than the history he had been taught. Morgrim, once the most trusted advisor to King Duran, had discovered ancient texts deep within the mountain that spoke of energies that flowed like rivers beneath the world's surface. For decades, he had secretly tapped into these currents, channeling them into artifacts of increasing power and complexity. But the energies he manipulated were never meant for mortal control. They were the lifeblood of the world itself, flowing between nodes of power, one of which lay beneath Cosimodan, while another resided beneath the great Heartwood tree at the center of the elven forest. Our elders sensed the disruption, Elindra explained as they made their way toward the gates, drawn inexorably by the pulsing energies that continued to build. They sent warnings to your father, but Morgrim intercepted them. By the time we realized what was happening, it was too late. The energies had become unstable, and the cataclysm could not be prevented. Yet, you blame Morgrim, not my people's mining, Thorum said, decades of certainty shaken by her words. Your people mined with reverence, taking only what the mountain offered freely. Morgrim violated those principles. He broke through to the deepest chamber, the forge of creation, and attempted to harness energies meant only for the gods. Her expression darkened. The backlash destroyed much of Cosimodan, but it also transformed Morgrim into something neither living nor dead. Our seers believe he has spent these 50 years recovering, gathering power, and building an army from the very stone itself. As if summoned by her words, shapes began to emerge from the chasm, figures that resembled dwarves in form, but moved with unnatural fluidity. Their bodies gleamed with the same blue light that pulsed from the depths, and where faces should have been, only smooth stone with glowing runes remained. Stone constructs, Thorum breathed, horror and fascination mingling in his voice. The ancient texts spoke of such creations, but the art was thought lost with the Second Dynasty. Not lost, Elindra corrected grimly, drawing a slender blade that shimmered with its own inner light. Perverted. These are not simply constructs but vessels containing the trapped spirits of your fallen kin. Morgrim has bound them to his will. The heart of the mountain pulsed violently in its pouch, responding to the proximity of the constructs. Thorum withdrew it, and immediately the nearest constructs halted, their runic faces turning toward the crystalline object with an attention that felt almost reverent. They recognize it, Elindra whispered. The heart was created to control the mountain's energies, the same energies Morgrim has corrupted, Understanding dawned on Thorum as pieces of legend and history aligned in his mind. "It's not just a symbol of kingship," he said slowly. "It's a key, a focus. And if Morgrim seeks to fully harness the power of the Forge of Creation, then he must possess the heart," Elindra finished. "Which is why my people have watched for your return. Only one of the royal bloodline can use the heart to seal the forge once more." From the depths of the chasm rose a figure that dwarfed the constructs surrounding it. Where they resembled crude approximations of dwarves, this being had clearly once been one, though now it stood half again as tall as Thorum, its body a seamless blend of flesh, stone, and pulsing blue energy. A beard of crystalline filaments cascaded from a face that retained just enough of its original features for Thorum to recognize the advisor who had once bounced him on his knee as a child. "The prodigal prince returns," Morgrim intoned, his voice reverberating like stone grinding upon stone, "bringing with him the final component I require," his gaze, burning with eldritch fire, fixed upon the heart in Thorum's hand. "The cycle nears completion. The power of creation itself shall be mine, and both dwarf and elf shall kneel before their new god." The construct surged forward as one, a tide of animated stone advancing with unnatural coordination. Thorum raised Stonecrusher, its enchanted head beginning to glow with golden light in response to the threat. Beside him, Elindra's blade traced patterns in the air that left trails of silver energy, forming protective sigils. "I cannot defeat him alone," she said, voice taut with concentration. "The heart must be returned to the Chamber of Ancestors, deep beneath the throne room. There, it can be used to reestablish the natural flow of energy and seal the Forge of Creation once more." Thorum nodded grimly, his eyes never leaving the approaching horde or the twisted form of his father's once trusted advisor. "Then we fight our way through." "No," Elindra countered. "I will hold them here. You must find another way in the hidden paths your people built for emergencies." "Do they still exist?" "The underhalls," Thorum confirmed. "If they survived the cataclysm, the nearest entrance lies a quarter league to the north." Elindra's blade flashed, severing the arm of the first construct to reach them. The limb crumbled to dust, releasing a wisp of blue energy that momentarily took the form of a dwarven face, contorted in anguish before dissipating. "Then go. I will buy you time. Why would you sacrifice yourself for my kingdom, elf?" Thorum demanded, even as he took a step backward. Elindra's smile was as sad as it was beautiful. "Because your kingdom and my forest are bound by the same roots, Prince Thorum. What affects one must ultimately affect the other. And because atonement requires sacrifice even for wrongs one did not personally commit, understanding passed between them in that moment, an acknowledgement of centuries of mistrust and prejudice, and the possibility of a different future." Thorum clasped her shoulder briefly, the gesture conveying more than words could express, before turning and racing toward the northern ridge. Behind him, silver light flared against blue as Elindra engaged the first wave of constructs, her blade a blur of motion as she chanted in the ancient elven tongue. And deeper still, the laughter of Morgrim echoed through the shattered mountains, a sound of madness and power unbound that promised doom for all who opposed his ascension. The race to save two kingdoms and perhaps the world itself had begun. And at its heart, a dwarf prince carrying both the literal and figurative heart of his people, bound by an oath made to a father long dead and a future not yet written. Story 6. The twin moons hung like watchful eyes over the temple of dual luminance, their silver light cascading through the crystalline dome and onto the pedestal where the blade of reconciliation should have rested. Instead, a void greeted High Priestess Lysandra, her slender elven fingers tracing the empty air where the sacred relic had stood for a millennium. The enchanted sapphires embedded in the temple walls pulsed with agitation, sensing the disturbance in the ancient magic that had kept peace between the kingdoms of elf and dwarf for 1,000 years. How long? She whispered, her voice like autumn leaves in the wind. Thalarin, the elder guardian, bowed his silver-crowned head. Since the changing of the watch, Your Eminence. The protective wards gave no warning. Whoever took the blade knew our defenses intimately. The impending anniversary celebration would bring thousands to witness the renewal of the oath elves and dwarves standing together at dawn to honor the sacrifice that ended their bloody war. Without the blade, there would be no ceremony. Without the ceremony, 1,000 years of fragile peace might crumble to dust. As Lysandra closed her eyes, visions flooded her mind, rivers of blood flowing through mountain halls, forests burning, and at the center of it all, a shadowy figure holding the blade aloft as both kingdoms fell to ruin. The prophetic gift that had earned her position now filled her with cold dread. "Summon the council," she commanded, "and send word to Stonehearth Hold. The dwarves must be informed." Prince Kelder Ironfist slammed his tankard onto the banquet table, ale sloshing over the rim. The dwarven emissaries from the northern clans flinched at the display, but he cared little for their opinions. "Another toast?" he bellowed, ignoring his father's withering glare from the high seat. "To our pointed-eared friends and their exemplary security measures." King Barandar Ironfist raised a hand, silencing the hall. "My son forgets himself," he rumbled, the gems in his great beard glinting dangerously. "The blade's protection was a shared responsibility. If it is gone, the failure belongs to both our peoples." The king's words cut deeper than any rebuke. At 32, Kelder was young for a dwarf, Prince Brash, skilled in battle, but deemed unready for true leadership. The announcement of the theft had interrupted his combat trials, where he had been attempting, yet again, to prove his worthiness to lead. The elvish messenger stood awkwardly, her willowy frame seeming to waver in the torchlight of the great stone hall. "High Priestess Lysandra requests Prince Kelder's presence at the temple," she said, her musical accent echoing strangely against the carved rock. "She has received a vision that concerns both our peoples." King Barandar's brow furrowed like a mountain range. "My son? Not myself or the council. The vision was specific, Your Majesty." The priestess saw Prince Kelder, wielding a hammer of justice alongside her. Kelder's laugh was short and sharp. "The elf witch asks for me? How delightfully desperate they must be." His father's voice dropped to a dangerous rumble. "You will go, Kelder, and you will represent our kingdom with dignity. Perhaps this task will teach you what your training has not." The journey to the temple took Kelder through the Whispering Wood, a place where dwarfs seldom ventured. The massive ancient trees with their silver-blue leaves seemed to bend toward him as he passed, as if sharing secrets. His 4 dwarf honor guard maintained a vigilant silence, hands never straying far from their axes. The Temple of Dual Luminance rose before them at the borderlands, neither fully in elven territory nor dwarven, a massive structure of living crystal and stone that seemed to have grown organically from the earth. Its spires reached toward the heavens like beseeching hands, while its foundations plunged deep into the mountain below. Lysandra awaited him at the entrance, her ceremonial silver robes catching the light in hypnotic patterns. Her ageless face betrayed no emotion, though Kelder knew she must be at least 3 centuries old, young for an elf, but ancient by dwarven reckoning. "Prince Kelder," she inclined her head slightly. "Your swift arrival honors us. Skip the pleasantries, priestess," he grunted, removing his travel-worn helmet. "What's this vision of yours that demands my presence?" Without a word, she turned and led him through the temple's winding corridors. crystal chimes sang softly in the enchanted breeze that seemed to flow from nowhere. Murals depicted the great war dwarven battalions with their siege engines, elven archers with their enchanted arrows, and the final confrontation between King Thormund Ironfist and Queen Elendairia Silverbranch, Keldr's and Lysandra's ancestors. They entered a circular chamber where the pedestal stood empty, its enchanted light dimmed to a faint glow. The blade was forged with the dying breath of both monarchs, Lysandra said quietly, the final act that ended a war that had raged for 3 centuries. Do you know the true story, Prince Keldr, or merely the sanitized version taught to dwarflings? Keldr bristled. I know that Queen Elendairia ambushed King Thormund during peace negotiations. Interesting. Lysandra's silver eyes caught the light. In our histories, it was Thormund who brought hidden warriors to a sacred meeting ground. She gestured to a hidden panel in the wall, which slid open at her touch. Within lay an ancient scroll, which she carefully unrolled on a nearby table. This is the true record, written by a neutral witness, one of the Twilight Guardians who served neither kingdom. Both leaders came in deception, both planned betrayal, but when they met on the battlefield, something changed. Her finger traced the faded script. They recognized in each other the same weariness, the same burden of leadership, and in that moment, they chose another path. The scroll depicted the 2 monarchs standing back to back, surrounded by shadowy figures, not soldiers, but creatures of darkness with glowing eyes. They faced a greater enemy together, Keldr murmured, his historian's curiosity overcoming his prejudice. Yes, an ancient evil that had been manipulating both sides, feeding on the hatred and bloodshed. With their dying actions, they forged the blade not just as a symbol of peace, but as a prison for this entity. Lysandra's voice tightened. And now it has been taken, exactly 1,000 years later, when its power to contain is at its weakest. Keldr's hand instinctively went to his battle axe. Who would be fool enough to release such a thing? Those who believe war makes us stronger. Lysandra closed her eyes, the markings on her forehead glowing faintly. I have seen them in my vision, the Brotherhood of Crimson Dawn, extremists from both our kingdoms who have worked in secret for generations, believing that peace has made our peoples soft, and your vision showed me helping you. Keldr couldn't keep the skepticism from his voice. It showed us failing separately and succeeding together, she replied simply. The blade must be recovered before dawn on the day of reconciliation 3 days, hence, or the entity will break free, and a war more terrible than any in our histories will begin. They departed at nightfall. A mismatched pair, the elven priestess in enchanted armor that reflected the moonlight like water, and the dwarven prince in his rune-carved plate mail. Their journey took them to the forbidden lands between the kingdoms, a place where the scars of ancient battles had twisted the natural world into something wild and dangerous. Keldr watched Lysandra navigate a path through floating boulders and streams that flowed uphill. If we're to work together, he said gruffly, I should know something of you beyond your title. Lysandra paused, considering him with those unsettling silver eyes. What would you know, Prince of Stone? Why did you request me? There are more experienced warriors, diplomats, and spellcasters in both our kingdoms. A ghostly smile touched her lips. Because you question everything your father, your traditions, even your own prejudices, though you hide it well. And because you, like me, are trapped between worlds. Keldr nearly stumbled. What do you mean? Your mother was half elven, was she not? A secret kept even from you until her passing. His hand tightened on his axe. How could you possibly? The same way I know that my grandfather was a dwarven stone singer who fell in love with an elven princess. She touched a small runestone that hung at her throat. We are both living bridges between our peoples, whether we wish to be or not. The revelations hung between them as they continued through the twisted landscape. By dawn, they had reached the ancient battleground where the treaty had been signed, now a vast field of crystallized flowers that chimed softly in the morning breeze, each one said to have sprung from a fallen warrior's final breath. At the center stood an enormous dead tree, its petrified branches reaching out like supplicating arms. According to legend, this was where the blade had been forged, in the heart of what was once called the Tree of Sorrows. There, Lysandra pointed to fresh marks on the crystallized ground a procession had passed recently. Kelder knelt, examining the prints with a tracker's eye. At least 20 individuals, some dwarf, some elf, moving together. They're not trying to hide their trail, because they believe no one would dare follow them to what comes next, Lysandra whispered, her face pale. The Cave of Echoes lies beyond the tree, a place where reality thins and the voices of the dead can be heard. It would be the perfect place to break the blade's enchantment. They approached cautiously, Kelder's sturdy form a counterpoint to Lysandra's fluid grace. The entrance to the cave gapped like an open wound in the side of a crystalline hill, red light pulsing from within. Inside, they found the Brotherhood arrayed in a semicircle, dwarves and elves in crimson robes, standing shoulder to shoulder, chanting in an ancient tongue that made the air vibrate painfully. At the center, upon an altar of black stone, lay the Blade of Reconciliation, a simple weapon with a double-edged blade, one side forged of dwarven steel, the other of elven silverwood, the hilt wrapped in braided strands of silver hair and copper beard. The leader, a tall elf with ritual scars distorting his features, held a hammer above the blade. With this breaking, he intoned, "We restore the natural order. Strength through conflict. Glory through conquest." Kelder and Lysandra exchanged a single glance, centuries of distrust momentarily forgotten in the face of shared danger. They moved as one, the priestess casting a spell that froze half the cultists in place, the prince charging forward with a battle cry that shook loose stones from the ceiling. The battle was brief but fierce. The Brotherhood fought with the zealotry of true believers, but they faced a dwarven prince with something to prove and an elven priestess with the future of 2 kingdoms in her hands. When it was over, Kelder stood bleeding from a dozen small wounds, his armor dented, but his spirit unbowed. Lysandra approached the altar, her silver eyes reflecting the blade's gleam. "It's cracked," she said softly, pointing to a hairline fracture running the length of the weapon. The binding is already weakening, as if in response, a dark mist began to seep from the crack, coalescing into a writhing shadow above the altar. Voices emanated from it, thousands of whispers speaking of ancient hatreds and fresh wounds, of glories lost and vengeance due. "What now, priestess?" Kelder demanded, raising his axe against an enemy he couldn't properly see. Lysandra's gaze met his, and for the first time, he saw uncertainty there. The blade must be reforged as it was originally made with sacrifice and unity. Understanding dawned on Kelder's face. Blood of both lineages freely given, just as our ancestors did, without hesitation. He drew his ceremonial dagger across his palm. Lysandra did the same with her ritual athame. Their blood, copper, red, and silver, tinged mingled on the blade's surface. By stone and starlight, they spoke in unison, words coming unbidden to their lips. By mountain's heart and forest soul, we renew the bond our ancestors forged. The blade's crack sealed itself, shining with a light that was neither the gold of dwarven fire nor the silver of elven moonlight, but something new, a bronze radiance that expanded outward, driving back the shadow entity with a sound like 1,000 voices raised in harmony. As the light faded, they found themselves alone in the cave, the Brotherhood members unconscious or fled, and the blade whole once more, though changed. Where it had once been 2 distinct materials joined at the center, The metals had melded into a seamless whole, impossible to separate. Lysandra lifted it carefully. "Like us," she murmured. Neither fully one nor the other. Kelder's laugh was genuine this time, without mockery. "My father will be furious. This completely ruins his anniversary speech about maintaining our separate but equal traditions. As will the council," Lysandra agreed, a smile touching her lips. "But perhaps that's exactly what our kingdoms need, not just remembrance of an ancient treaty, but a new understanding." They emerged from the cave into the light of the twin moons, carrying between them not just a sacred relic, but the beginning of a bridge across 1,000 years of carefully maintained distance. The blade of reconciliation gleamed in the moonlight, its transformation a promise that even the deepest divisions could be healed. And in the shadows between the crystallized flowers, unseen by either of them, the entity watched with patient, ancient eyes diminished, but not destroyed, bound once more, but already testing its new constraints. After all, 1,000 years was but a heartbeat to a creature that had waited since the dawn of time for the perfect moment to divide and conquer. For now, though, peace would hold. The blade would return to its pedestal, the ceremony would proceed, and two kingdoms would celebrate their shared history, unaware that the true battle had only just begun.